Yo, these are more than rap. This is more than trap. Good news is you're dealing with me. Ha ha. Standing ovation.
Yeah, I always forget. I always forget that that other mic is plugged in. There's a microphone on my headphones on my Beats. This is more than rap. Let me turn on my thingamajiggy. Yeah. You're gonna be fine. All right, all right, all right. Hold on. Let me get my. Because you wanna know why we're yapping in the beginning? You wanna know why we're yapping in the beginning? Cause I've been up since 7 a.m., y'all. I've been yapping since 7 a.m. So I'm done with all my meetings now. I have one more at 1 o'clock, but guess what? Big Daddy Hero's not going. Nah, we're not going. They said, "Are you coming to the meeting, Hero?" I said, "Fuck no. It's Friday. You planned a meeting on a Friday for me after 12 o'clock? I'm sorry. Like, I love the game. I love the game. Y'all know I love the game. I love the work. Let me get my stream closed caption up. Let me get my stream closed caption up so Willow can see me talking shit. This is more than rap. This is more than rap. And all right, it's up. All right. So yeah, like they wanted too much from me. I am open to expanding access, but it is important that other TL please understand they will be responsible for any associated costs and must conform to CareLab and D tooling standards, not the other way around. This is a delivery environment, not a testing ground. Yeah. We're not taking no shit. Yeah, yeah. You get a full service day hero. I don't know. I don't know if it's one of those luxuries, but hold on. Let me see. Hold on. Let me see. Maybe I should record. Do a little recording. I don't. You know what? Damn it. I should have done the other view. I should have done the other view. I'm such a coward. Standing ovation. Hey yo, thanks for the follow. Who was that? Who was that? All right, there's so many things I have to do today. Yak, did you see uh, my Blue Sky post? You see me on Blue Sky, showing off some of my artwork. Huh? 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 I was really having fun editing the Japan video. Today's a good day though. It's, uh, yeah, it's amazing. It truly is amazing what you can do with some editing software. Oh, and good news, some more good news for your boy. Uh, they already want to up the budget for the video. They said, "Hey, yo, Hero, we saw some of your stuff. We really like it. We think that you have the proprietary technology. Don't know why they use that word to do instead of 60-second videos. Hey, let's bump it up to 210 seconds, baby. Let's get 2 to 3 minutes in this thing. 2 to 3 minutes in this thing." Standing ovation. One second. One second. Oh. I feel like it's really dark in my room. What's going on? All right, let's see what we got. let's add that to it. Um, you sound overqualified at this point. All right. I do gotta fix the board though, cause because the team lead said that they didn't have visuals into what happened with the engineer. We had an engineer fumble a project, and it was like because no one could see what that person was doing. So there was that. The total number per PI for each engineer. The total. Self-assigned column contains data earlier created tickets the engineers assigned on their newly created assigned. Interesting. I accounted for the team, if I accounted for the team self, Tuesday or Thursday, that sign column is it I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Wake up. 12 minutes. 12 minutes. Yeah, yeah. Did you see that message that, yo, some bad news is on the horizon? Did you see Melania Trump came out with a statement? It's because the director of the movie has a pic of him in bed next to. Oh, wait a minute, wait a minute. It's because the director of the movie, what's that dude's name? Brad Bird or something like that? The movie has a pic of him, of Trump in the bed with Epstein. Two girls. Yeah, but that's common knowledge. Motherfuckers know about that, right? Yeah, everyone knows he's a dirtbag. Is anyone surprised that he's a dirtbag? I'm not. Oh, she's just now fine. You know, she does give off the energy that she's that level of an airhead. Like, she's like, I didn't know that the person direct. I thought this director was just nice. I didn't know he did it for free because he's in the files. You know, you're right. I don't presume for her not to be an airhead. She is one. She she is one. Fair enough. Gotta have conviction above all else. Oi, oi, oi. All right, cool. I have access back to this ticket, so let's go back to it. Hmm. To support that. Did you look at any new places while you were in town? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Join the conversation. Get out of my way. Reload. I can ball. Still adding new requirements. Oh. Look out, CJ. Sorry, I had to go. Had to go make some breakfast. Had to go make some breakfast. Oh. Banana. God, I left my phone upstairs. Or did I? Where my phone at, y'all? Hot head. Made a muscle. Hey, you got a scholarship for me, fam? Shit, when is my flight? That way, we're not holding up production of code that needs to be imported. Yeah, whatever. Party time. Whoa, 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 whoa. I need to check my. My. Wait, Yag, how did you lose your shields? You got sent to the pit. Got sent to the gulag. Hey, yo, what up, Robo? Yeah. Don't lose your mind. Don't lose your mind. Join the race. I'm here for emotional support. VSI 3646. Yeah, Melania's probably thinking, you know what? I bet you these people don't even know what I sound like. I can't. She's one of those people who for all her status, she has a very forgettable face and voice. Oh, facts. Oh shit, the devil does have a wife. Fuck. And then you just remember, even the devil can find love. And that's the depressing part, right? While we over here having the debate about who should pay? Who should pay half on a dinner bill? The devil out here paired up, unbothered. Okay, something about S-bombs. All right, we can merge this to 51. DSC 51. Assorted transformations. I need to finish my flights for this month. You know, the reason why I'm kind of hesitant is because there's a lot of sugar, and it feels like there's a lot. These are like, maybe because my sugar content is so low in real life, these things taste incredibly sweet. Hold on, let me shine a light on some facts. I mean, I could get a discount code, that's for sure, right? Yeah, see, it's the B12. B12 is 250%. B12 is a simple sugar, but in excess, it does damage. But it does feel better than that goddamn coffee. Ugh. Coffee just be making me feel some type of way. Hey, but that lemon berry, I put that on my mama. That shit good. I put that shit on my mama. That shit good. Hey, yo. No lie detected there, sir. That lemon berry, $7.50. That lemon berry for 250%, not milligrams, but percentage. I'll take it. Oh yeah, by the way, stock market up. Did you see AVGO hit 275? Whew. And I'm gonna say this now. Asan stole my whole flow. Our big beautiful little head boy, he stole my whole flow. Hey, I love this one.
Hey, chop rice, chop rice, chop rice. There's no meat. Chop rice.
It's from a Niger. It's like from an African skit where like these two brothers are sharing a plate of rice and meat, and there's like four pieces of meat, so it's clearly two and two, right? And the first brother eats both of his meats at the top of the order. The other brother doesn't say anything. He's eating his two, and then he reaches like halfway through. He reaches for the other dude's meat on the plate, and he hits it with this line. And when I heard this, I just made it into a sound.
Hey, chop rice, chop rice, chop rice. There's no meat. Chop rice. There's no meat.
He's telling his ass to eat some rice. Hey. Oh, that had me in tears. But if you want the sound file, I can send it to you. I can't remember where I got it from. That's interesting. Where do you think that money came from? Hmm. Wait a minute. Got it. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. People notice. People notice. People will notice. does that mean? Nah, go back. Tell me what it means. Robo, I see you on the other side. What say hi thing on? What is that? Is there something funky on YouTube? Oh, you know what? A lot of people. It makes sense because like a lot of new people to the YouTube place, they always do that, and it looks like a copy paste message. Yeah, interesting. I didn't know that that was something you were being prompted to do. No, yeah, it's so crazy because like if you sent enough of those, YouTube would YouTube would block you. That's actually diabolical. Can you, Robodom? Are you able to hype the video a live stream? Because the big thing on that's the big, yeah, hype. So basically, if you are watching anything on YouTube, you should be able to. Hold on. Let me actually get in here and see if that's the case. You should be able to go into any video or anything like that. If you are watching anything on YouTube. Yeah, if you're watching it on YouTube, let me see. So, I don't know how the hell you supposed to do this shit. Hold on. Yeah, it's called hype. I don't think you can do it with the live. Yeah, I don't think you can do it with on a live from your phone. Yeah, I don't think you can do it on your phone. Now I'm curious to see can you do it from the desktop though. We're running round in circles again.
Superior.
Yeah, I don't see the option. Yeah, I think it has to be something present. It can't do it live, which is counterproductive because why would you want to hype something that's already done? You would hope you could hype it while it's live, get more. I promise you, I could fix YouTube. You know how people be trying to fix toxic people? I could fix toxic platforms. Well, the moral of the story is anytime there's a video you see of mine, yes, like it, yes, comment, yes, share, but also now hype it. Because it's not enough to like it, it's not enough to comment on it, it's not enough to share it, it's not even enough to be subscribed to it. You also have to hype it. When watching something for your entertainment becomes a chore, that doesn't sound too entertaining. Did you come here to unwind or did you come here to work? Hmm. It's busted, Robo Down. It's busted. I do have a fix for it though. I do have a fix for it, I think, but I haven't tested it yet. Mm. Got to 21%. Oh, sorry. I probably could have gone to that thing, but I didn't go. Uh, Hold on. I'm gonna take this call, y'all. VGO, right? I was down $8,000 in AVGO, and with me being down $8,000 with AVGO, I immediately said to myself, "Oh, this has to swing the other way. This has to recoup. This has to like fix itself." So it's going to. So like to see it hit 72 to break the one, it was okay. 60 puts me back at even. It expires in 7 days. 72 puts me at 70. It going $10. So AVGO clocked 10% between Monday and today, and it caught the 5% this morning. So the stock market being able to respond with a 5% increase is like phenomenal. That's what dreams are made off of. But I think it's very reactionary, and the geopolitics of it all is very much so something that you can focus in on. But it's really just like who is he trying to appease at this point? And I don't see insurance companies because the thing you have to do is how do you manage this situation? You could be tariffed or sanctioned by the U.S. or UN for doing business deals with Iran. So now, how does this work? Do companies and insurance companies become flagged? Do they get flagged and risk of being marked as assets to what they call terrorist organizations? How do these like Chevron? Is Chevron going to be listed in the terrorist organization because of this? Like I don't know if there's a logical. I know every oil dealing and insurance company. I'm pretty sure if I cross reference the stock market ticker to that, or if we could get an insight into the boardrooms, they are all panicking, saying, "Why would we give Iran toll booth access?" But the immediate question, and I think it's hilarious, the UN response was, "Oh, open waters should be open trade." Hey, Cuba would love to be part of that deal. Cuba has had a blockade in front of them for almost a month, and it's only the reason why we're not talking about it. They literally lost power. They've lost power for at least 4 weeks. So that's a month.
Yeah.
So literally, we haven't talked about this, and it's because there's another war going on somewhere else. But I think the part that is truly diabolical is Iran got out of the deal. They got the best deal ever, and they've already got 4 negotiations. France, Australia, Japan, Thailand have all agreed to this. And like I said, if you want to keep Israel at bay, I promise you, hey, let France send some ships down there. Not France, probably Australia, Japan. Send some goodwill ships. Hey, we're just going to have our ships in the area. We're just here to keep the peace. We're on no one's side. We're just here to make sure the Strait of Hormuz stays open. Since America won the war, we're going to call it the Gay of Hormuz, the Gay of America from now on, instead of the Strait of Hormuz. Let's just and it's just a deterrent, right? It's just a deterrent for Israel acting out of order, because Israel, for what it's worth, they get a lot of grace because they only get to mess with brown people. That's really what it is.
Yeah, my thought is that, and this seems asinine to think out loud, but I actually think this is the end game, is no tolls. I think that will get dropped. Because like you said, like that doesn't, how the heck do you make that work? I actually think China comes in and secures it. Because they're the ones who really care.
Well, and it's in their currency, right? It's in the UN, yeah.
In my mind, it's like, and that keeps Israel at bay too. If we get out, if the U.S. gets out, and those are all Chinese ships in there, like, good luck, Israel, being silly.
No, but I think but this is, and it has its negative connotations, but there's a great opportunity here for a global collaboration on par with, right? Like as backwards as this sounds, this is a great opportunity for unification.
This could get us out of forever wars in the Middle East. It could focus us back in the Western Hemisphere. It could give China what they need, which is a reasonable Iran that they can deal with.
Yes.
And manage and use their army for, because they're just building this army for no reason. It also does give us a back end door to bring our navy over to Taiwan and say, like, okay, now we need to make a deal over here because y'all are.
I don't know if this administration is graceful enough to manage that, but maybe a few. No, no, no. Like because like admittedly, all of this has happened by mistake, and I think like something that was going on in my mind that
I don't know. I don't know if I believe that. I think this is a proxy war between us and China.
okay, I want to dispel this. There is no such thing as a proxy war between us and China. We share billions of dollars of trade between each other. Whether there's too much money there, we allow them to enslave a group of people called the Uyghurs and have no mention of it. We only let Taiwan
But
and
the way, so like when I say proxy war between us and China, that I actually think China's on both sides. China wants us to do everything that we've done.
no, they're looking for. China is trying to become this. China's grip on Africa as it stands now has almost tripled America's aid. And with the drop of U.S. aid, China has only stepped in. China has not only stepped in, they've built more and faster than anybody else in Africa. So roads, hospital. There are kids in West Africa learning Mandarin. So like there's a part of me, there's very much so a part of me that understands China is coming in saying, hey, don't worry, big bad America's, we got your back as long as you XYZ. So if we had a better group, if we just had a better understanding of what the goal was for America in the global stage, sure. But we also have 3 more years of this administration.
Yeah.
So like that's 3 years for China to continue.
But I think if they came out and said, hey, our goal is to sink Europe and formulate all of our partnerships and resources inside the Americas, we can't come out and say that because then Europe has the opportunity to sink us with all of the treasuries that they own.
But we have a counter to that. We have the counter of the UN. We have over 100,000.
We can't come out and say that we are just going to. Although he does kind of come out.
You don't have to. He absolutely will say it. But once again, it's the presence. And once again, Iran has proven America's presence doesn't really mean that much. Because Iran has been more than in this conflict. Iran has been more than gracious, more than reasonable, and more than accepting.
Yeah, my thought is either we. I don't know. Like, do you really think that their kind of how do you say it? It's like their mosaic approach of drone attacks is actually this effective?
Yes. Could you imagine?
I mean, it's crazy. They got thousands of different spots and they're thousands of different drones.
I want to preface this with something too. Iran's dilapidation of the Strait of Hormuz is more impactful than a nuclear bomb.
Yeah, for sure.
They are more terrifying and have acquired more attention. They have made more friends. They have made more money in the span of 40 days than they have in 5 years.
That's what I'm thinking. Like, this is all theater. The only loser, there's 2 losers in this. Israel, Europe. I think we lose a little bit. We have a long-term gain with getting the hell out of the Middle East.
And we currently are holding a very unrefined crude from Venezuela at our dismay. No, I mean it would take more to use it, but it is a trump card for sure.
We're gonna figure that out.
Yeah. So I very much so am okay with this. I've said this for the longest. I do believe that the world needs to step up and there needs to be another voice of reason. As long as America has been in this situation, there seems to be lack of a voice of reason outside of America. And that's the part where it's like, yo, we can't be the police of the world. We can be supporters. We can be what I would really want us to be, which is sort of like a backup plan. Like, hey, you guys keep doing this shit. We're gonna add some support here. But first, we got to get out of a situation where our president is literally afraid of being dog walked by a nation that if anyone chose to on the on the eastern seaboard could wipe them out.
Yeah, I don't know. So like, I do think that this ceasefire, I don't know, I guess deep down what I really want them to do is like build up all of these troops and say they're going to do a ground invasion and then do it in Israel.
Oh. Oh.
And regime, so like he's always said, the goal is regime change. But has he been specific about which country?
Once again, a masterful gambit. Could you imagine? Oh, the Kurds, the Pakistanis, Pakistan, Iran, all just marching up to the border of Israel and being like, hey yo, BB, come outside.
Yeah, good luck.
No, it would.
But we do likely need China already in position. So maybe this threat of the ground invasion is what brings China into the war from a Navy perspective.
But it's not a war. Israel wouldn't last one day. It's not a war.
The only thing Israel can do is just bomb Palestine. That's the only thing that they actually effectively can do on their own.
I feel like Lebanon would disagree a little bit there, but
yeah, right now they would.
But I think like once again, it is because our current president has his balls in a vice by BB. Like I think Melania's comment yesterday didn't come from out of nowhere. They're clearly trying to get out. They have to. Yeah, no, they're trying to get out in front of something. Something is about to happen. So she's trying to distance herself. She made this notice, and if you look at the poly markets, literally every one of them have some poly market stating that people are that an email just came out to the Washington Post, I believe, talking about hey, they had to send out a mass email to all of the interns and all of the staffers, delete your poly account. So that means someone either has hacked poly market already or one of these markets, and there's something about to come out. But Melania is implicated in a way that she needs to get out in front of, or Trump's implication. Because for a brief second, I said to myself, "There's no way you almost started World War III to get us to forget about Epstein, just for your wife to turn around one day after to then bring it to our attention."
So that's what I think. I actually think so. The combination of him sending out the message, "Hey, don't look at Tucker, don't look at Candace." What that tells me is,
go look at them.
Go look at them.
Yeah.
And this whole "don't look at Epstein, it's not me" thing, all that is threatening Israel. That's just the threat of Israel, because I do think that the more that gets released, regardless of Trump's involvement or not, like, he's going to get rich.
Mm.
And this is his last term. So, like, what can you really threaten against him?
Impeachment.
But it's his last term.
Yeah, but, like, impeachment does two things. It takes him out of a position. So one thing about impeachment that we would have the ability to explore is someone being impeached on the grounds of criminal activity makes all the fruit liable. So,
but I don't think that they're going to be able to move any of this stuff forward because they're all bought by Israel. Like, her threat was to Congress and say, "Hey, Congress, you should bring this." But what it's going to come out of that is Congress is going to be like, "We can't do that."
No. Congress doesn't like. There has to be a reckoning now. And you want to know something that it registered in my mind. This because in California that warehouse was burnt down to the ground. And you want to know something that was amazing to me to hear about that thing being burnt to the ground? No one died.
Right.
You want to know why no one died? Guess how many people manned that factory? That is the size of 4 football fields.
Yeah, they got him a ton.
No, 22 people that night. And his statement runs very true. If they had only paid us enough, there's more people who are prepared to like they shot up a dude's house in New Jersey. I think a district a board member for approving a data center. People can. The thing about violence that I really enjoy is that it can touch anybody. There's no amount of protection. Violence will eventually find you. So, like, when you put yourself in a position to take people out, because they calling him Factory Luigi. And there's a part of me that wants to, there's no part of me that's upset about toilet paper being burned to the ground.
Right.
No one died. Hey, brother, if I'm on the list, you're not guilty, my man. No one died. I'm okay with that because his statement runs true. The thing that I think that is a huge miscalculation for anyone who's going into office right now is the belief that these people won't come out and touch them, because now we have a situation where insurance company person is on trial and Luigi's favorably looked upon no matter your demographic. This building being burnt down, favorably looked upon no matter your demographic. No one's saying that what they did was right, but it is favorably looked on like, hey, I get it, I understand. So that's not too far removed from politicians who are dinosaurs, who are pledging their allegiance to other people. And keep in mind, less than 2 years ago, the president was shot at not once, but twice. And one of them hit.
Yeah.
So, like, there's a part of me that very much so, violence is the result of a protest that isn't heard. But that dude burning down that building was more loud and more effective than the No King's protest has ever been.
For sure.
So in my mind's eye, it's not a threat of who's giving you money. The question is, can you sleep safely at night knowing that your constituents know why you're not voting in their favor? Because that's more terrifying. No, for sure. There's a fine line between who you're going to vote for and who you're going to pick. But either way it goes, red or blue, when the question of your affordability and all your fine little knickknacks, Americans are extremely dumb. When we don't have the ability to go to Disneyland because we can't afford gas, we can't afford food, that's when we get upset. When our knickknacks are taken. No. That's when our knickknacks go. What? I don't get to buy the new PlayStation 5 because it's $1,000. Oh yeah, we got to burn something down. A Target has to go.
But my thought is that this next coming midterms is really the first time that Israel's going to be exposed.
The Mandamni effect is going to happen. The amount of people who just straight up say, fuck Israel, I'm not going over there.
No, but the topic on all the debate stages will be, did you take money from AIPAC?
Facts.
And Israel can't have that.
No, well, we already know that they have a contingency plan. There are 7 in Chicago during the.
That's what I'm worried about.
No. They're already a step ahead of it. And in Chicago, I did a deep dive on this. I found out that Women of Color's political PAC is funded 89% by AIPAC. So they've already started distributing and changing their name. The thing that I think has to happen is not that are you taking money from AIPAC. It just has to be a straight up question. Simple question. Hey yo, after 4 days after October 7th, was the actions of Israel considered a genocide? Yes or no? Exactly. Because if you're looking at the money can be sloshed out. Money can be you can deceive accounts. You need to know their moral compass and hold that to the standard.
Yeah. But this is the first time that it's going to happen, and that's why these midterms might not happen.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, you're right there.
The streets for these midterms don't happen
Yeah,
because I don't think, with all of their non-for-profit power, like all those No Kings protests are just essentially.
I call them parades.
What's that?
I call them parades, honestly.
Yeah, exactly. They're not. I love when people say that they're organic, and it's like they got you.
Yeah.
Real good.
Yeah, man.
Got you real good.
You gotta add that person to the list. I just look at my contact and add in their notes. Sucker. Sucker.
Exactly. It's like, come on. You don't think the algorithm is completely changing the way you think and giving you confirmation bias?
And now I always
That's
ask
my
people.
first confirmation of.
I always ask people who say the No Kings protest was pretty effective. I always ask them like, "Hey man, when was the last time you saw a nice raid on your out?" And they're like, "Oh, those aren't happening anymore." And I'm like, "Okay, cool."
Yeah.
It just lets me know like how connected you really are to the real world.
And how much are you pushing? The one thing that I've been meaning to push and find out more on is like what the hell is going on in Mexico? Because nobody's talking about that.
The free
And I
healthcare
haven't
thing.
heard about it either.
The free healthcare.
No, in Mexico, in terms of the arrest that we did after that dude got killed, I'm sure it just didn't quiet down.
Oh no, in Venezuela.
No. In Mexico, after we got that.
Oh, the drug dealer.
Yeah.
Yes. No,
But I haven't heard any news on that, and like I've been telling myself, like, you probably need to dig in.
Yeah, you're right. I don't the context. The last thing I figured out was that they shut down 2 city ports and basically had control of the highway. And the thing about that is like I consider it very closely to like 1995 Chicago politics, where it's like, hey, you took the head of one of ours. We either need restitution or there needs to be financial compensation. I feel like the gangs of Mexico are very much adjacent to the popularity of their some seamless of democracy, but those two in my mind run parallel to each other. They have to find a common ground, but you're right. I don't know enough to even speak on it.
I know, which is crazy. Like, how do we like? This is only like 3-4 hours away from me. Like, legitimately, it's not far from my front doorstep. Like, this is. I should know more about this.
I'm also of the mindset that it's for them. It's very much so going to be a self-contained situation. So that lends itself to being less disposed to like concern, because they understand like, hey, this is what we're gonna do. This is what our concerns are gonna be, and this is how we're gonna move.
How long do you think? So, like, I think the algorithms are starting to catch up to Trump a little bit, but they're not. Although it's still working. Like, every tweet he does, he knows what he's doing to change the market.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
It seems like they're making a little bit less of an impact. But not really, though. They still swing the market 10 or 15% based upon one tweet. How long do you think he can do this for? Like, the algorithms?
Well, no, I think it's built in. Before he tweets anything, he's already told his business friends. So it's not. And the thing about it is because there's always a pre-spike, right? There's always a pre-spike. I think you can use trusted things: gold, silver, VOO, VIX, SP, and the Dow, right? All of these things are always going to be fixed in. The thing that I'm always more interested in is what are the material good things that keep people thinking the economy's fine. If you have to spend $200 to go to work, going to work doesn't really sound that profitable. So he has to, like, as much as he wanted to talk about the affordability crisis isn't real, he damn near did something to make sure that that people aren't talking about it, right? So for me, I'm going along the lines of I fall into a lap of he doesn't dictate the market dictates him. he uses the market as a sense. He uses the market very much so to retaliate. Like before the Supreme Court told him that he can't do the tariffs, he was using our market to enforce his will on the world.
Yeah.
So like now that Trump so for him it's all about the things that he can do now, and very much so he's running out of things to do, and he's running out of people to do it for him, because he just condemned his. I like to call him the Four Horsemen: Alex Jones, Candace Owens, the Bow Tie Idiot, and Megyn Kelly, the Four Horsemen of the Republican Party. And
So I think that was strategic to bring attention to him.
I don't see how it helped us though. I don't see it. I do
I mean,
not.
I don't know. I mean, at some point, how long can we go on in this war? And it's probably a lot longer. And China can probably go on a lot longer. It's Europe that can't.
Europe, Australia, Japan, Taiwan, and a host of other places can't. They won't make it. But also, they don't need to. They can make deals. They can make independent deals with Iran. The question is, would they be able to handle the blowback for doing said deals? Like if Trump said, if the rule of cool is you work with them, that takes me to the first point. If you work with Iran, do you go on a black flag list? Furthermore, does every ship that goes to the Strait of Hormuz on their own individual plan, do the products on that ship become part of that ban list? And America has said they've washed their hands of it. So part of the 10-point plan, part of the 10-point plan was to remove sanctions. So basically, if you're doing business, you could do business with Iran. That's what they said.
That's my thought. Is like I don't think we have control anymore on it. On who can do. I think the sanctions card that we used to play is now, if not completely gone, will be gone. Like we don't have that anymore.
Mm.
Like that isn't a card we can play because it's multipolar. Because like the jig is up with our economy. Like we can't continue to kill our own dollar just to fund the military industrial complex. We have to tune that down.
Mm.
And the only way that we were maintaining that sanctions dollar was our military anyway. Like, I don't know. I just don't know. I mean, right now, although I don't listen to the mainstream media, I'm curious what they're saying, but like, it's obvious that Iran won this war.
Yeah, without question. Nobody's questioning that.
Is that what mainstream media is saying? I don't even know what they're saying.
No, they're not saying that openly because they don't want to gain the ire of the presidency. I think that what I think they're doing right now is egging on because the media wants a war. They've approved in December, which is gonna go to Congress, right? That they want to reinstate the draft. So that's gonna be a thing. They reinstated the draft. They haven't recalled those people. He's still asking for $200 billion plus an increase of $1.6 trillion, and all of the shipments and all of the UN American troops are registered to be withdrawn to be withdrawn from the UN to redeploy within the UN. So there's a situation where they could implement an attack. That's why no one can really trust what's going on. And Pakistan, God bless them, acting as the fiduciary adult in the room might end up getting egg on their face because Pakistan doesn't have any leverage to control anybody here. France, Japan, and Australia need to form a union to act as good faith negotiators in this space. Because China is too volatile to do it, but they have the heaviest hand to do it. But right now there is nobody who can convince America to conform. And if there was a leverage, there could be some conformity. And Macron has probably, and to be quite frank, Macron was the only politician in his massive text speech, who he even spoke highly of. And Macron's no saint in this situation, but he did condemn Israel. Trump needs somebody, and it's
He's even saying it. He's like, somebody's got to stand up from Europe.
I don't Keir Starmer or whatever that dude's name. He's not. No way. He was getting ragtag just for letting U.S. planes stop and refuel.
I think if Italy had a better economy or any type of leverage, they could do it. But the only real people that can do it is France.
What do we think about Spain?
Maybe Spain. I was going to say they might, but their economy and just the Spanish, the way they go about things.
Yeah. Never mind. Yeah.
I hate to say it, but they take siestas.
They're not really about that life.
Those kind of things in life. I do think it's France, and I think it's partially France because I was listening to this podcast about who the real AI powers are in the world, and they said that large industries are using either most of them are using Francis built AI, where like the consumers are using whoever's are the ones that we're used to. The next level of industry is using China's, but the real big players are using France's AI. So like I think that they are likely the only unifying force out of Europe. I just can't see Germany doing it.
Yeah, well, last time they tried to do some world power shit,
that didn't work out.
That didn't work out too well. So,
I don't know. I think it'll be interesting to see if.
Very.
I mean, I really don't. I hope we don't actually get troops on the ground, but I do think it's a big theater game to. How do we all save face? How does America get out of the Middle East and not have to fund all those bases without looking weak? How does Iran actually step into the power that they have and have really always had?
Always had.
And how does Israel take a step down in some type of reasonable way? And that's the real wild card. All three of those things have to happen. I just don't know how they happen all in this play.
There's two options here. There's actually three. Trump passes away of natural causes. They release the files that incriminate him, and then we impeach him, and he gets sent to prison. But the blackmailing of our politicians has to come to an end.
Right.
So like there's no there's no calculated way that we can usurp it, because when you sit down and really just think about it, the world isn't ready to stand on its own, and it's partly because in this scenario is the perfect example of why, because in the moment they didn't try and resolve for the world. They thought of their internalized people and spaces. Australia did a deal for Australia. They probably getting charged twice as much because they were twice as desperate. That means they were twice as quick to go to the table. Japan went to America, and Trump told his ass, last time you came here, you surprised us. Pearl Harbor. Brother. Are you kidding me? While you're talking about destroying a civilization, while you talk to the last person who suffered that action, so there's no frame of reference. She came to that meeting and no one respected her. So, but guess what? She went home. She made a deal with Iran through Pakistan. So they might be getting charged they was probably willing to pay like $5 million. No problem. Let us through.
And maybe this is Trump's long game: is get Iran these fantastic deals, and then we can get our own deals.
We have to stop. We have to stop saying that this man has any semblance of a plan. He has no semblance. We have to stop saying this man because falling up the stairs is something that is uncommon. It should not be. It should not be the way. Yeah, we have to.
At some point, if we make it out of this game where we don't have to police the Middle East and our politicians are exposed, like even if I guess if there wasn't a plan, then it worked out.
Yeah.
I'm like, but that seems like a lot of luck.
But isn't that the definition of who Trump is? Luck. Isn't that it? Could you imagine? I've never filed for bankruptcy. Could you imagine doing it 12 times and still making it? And at some point, you can't keep calling luck. It has to be viewed as, nah, the system is working the way it's supposed to. We won't allow this one person, to bring the world down. So it's plot armor. It's that's what it is. It's plot armor.
But how do we get to the scenario where our politicians aren't bought and Israel is put in their place in the Middle East?
We have to get enough.
That's the wild card for me. Like, I do not know how we actually get to that step. Unless Bibi gets overthrown, then it changes the game.
That changes the game. One or two things happen. The escalation of violence in America. A politician gets popped for his AIPAC, and it just sends a clear message. Like, hey, guess what? You gonna have to come outside eventually, and let there be a vote, and the vote is almost passed that AIPAC money won't be taken anymore in the halls of Congress, and one person decides not to go with it, or there's enough votes from one side of where chooses not to go with it. Hey, guess what? Violence might be brought to that person, because then the laws can change from there. But then you also have to just remember, there are still a bunch of like war hawks in the halls of Congress. The amount of people who like, because he's asking for 1 trillion dollars. There's gonna be Democrats who have to vote for that. And take it from me, I'm not a person who supports the troops. I think any form of if you're supporting the war or anything in military before I have free healthcare, go fuck yourself. Right? Like, there's homeless veterans here. Why we need to make more veterans? We got enough homeless veterans here. And I hate the way that they walk around wearing their badge of honor that failed them. That I was an airman. I was an airman in '84. Brother, you're on the street. We don't care who you were. Also, I could have thrifted that same hat in Japan when I was there. I'm not impressed. So, like, for me...
So you think it does come down, the coin that hasn't flipped is the...
There's no such thing as a peaceful revolution.
The political violence in the States has to escalate.
It has to escalate because there's no talking this out anymore. Like, okay, because the alternative is we get a bunch of Marjorie Taylor Greens. They made their money. She made her $17 million. And then she left in 5 years, and now she's talking bad about Trump. But guess what? In her congressional district, when it was time to vote to change that notion, she still voted Republican. No, you have to bring violence to... Like, I said this a long time ago. Black people in America have already given America the blueprint to how to change things. We tried to march peacefully. They hit us with water guns, water hoses, dogs, violence. Guess what? We then took over California. They changed the law so no one in California can have guns now. Right? Like, so in my mind's eye, if the politicians made the rule that they can do this, then just do it. Or because money is what makes the world work. Hey, guess what? if you guys don't make political changes that align with at least 40% of your promises during election, your 8-year trial or whatever, you get special election for every time you don't make the cut. There's no pressure for them to be great, so why would they even try to be good? They passed 4 bills in 17 months. They make more money.
And 3 of them were probably funding Ukraine, and the other one was funding Israel.
That was it. So like there's a psych we can vote. You can't vote yourself out of poverty. You can't vote yourself out of dysfunction. America was built off of violence.
Yeah.
And the more docile our people are, and it doesn't have to be like death, but trust me, if 100,000 people show up to your town hall meeting screaming at you, you're not going outside as often. Hey, honey, maybe we're not going to go to dinner Friday night. TMZ talking about take pictures of the politicians you see out at Disneyland. Ivanka Trump.
But what level of politician being killed and on what side, and maybe it needs to be both sides, would actually start to change things? Like
just one. And to be quite frank, one of each, maybe 2 of each. Because one time is a coincidence, two times, yeah, 2 times is like, 2 times is a pattern. 3rd time is okay. This is a consensus. Maybe we should do something about this, y'all.
But and you think I do think it's got to be spread across both sides, because there's no way that if it's just the red, it's just.
It becomes a martyrship. It becomes a martyrship. Yeah, it becomes like a martyrship. Like, oh, this isn't happening on both sides. I think back to the violence that was happening during the congressional baseball game. But even though a Republican got shot there, both sides were there. And guess what? They made a decision to change some stuff right then and there. But I just don't, because I don't, and I'm not opposed to hearing other ways of doing this, but and the thing about it is, since the constituents can't ask the questions and force upon them these questions, our reporters are so weak, our town halls and our questionings and our ability to reach them is so weak, it's so effortless, we can't do anything of meaning. So the question really comes: when do you have to? But Mandani had an opportunity to conform. He pushed against it, and it immediately turned. And this might be it, right? Let's not go nuclear on the first choice. The real solution is we just need one brave person to say, "I'm not taking AIPAC money." Can you say that? And it creates a conversation around that, because when the constituents can't ask the questions, when the reporters are afraid to, because the news is paid by AIPAC as well, right? When none of them can ask the question, the person who wants the change has to pose it. So if we have people in the spots, even if they don't have a chance of winning, just simply helping us figure out who is who in the crowd, because Gavin Newsom went from I support Israel to, if Israel does anything more, it's a genocide. Anything more? Brother, have you seen Gaza? So the question is, and we already know he wants to be president. You want to know who I need to hear a question out from? Someone needs to go ask J.B. Pritzker, hey, big boy, is that a genocide, yes or no? And now we have 2 people, then we have a differential. Now we have a line. Is that a genocide? Yes or no? And then from there, we can at least start to pick people down. But I mean, you talk less. Virginia's constituents can't even focus because they're being hit with fake news, so they can't even get their congressional seats back up. Right? So we need the seats. And We need people in those seats who are going to answer that question unapologetically. And if no one does, trust me, in 2 years, as the elections start to ramp up, there's going to be we're going to see a lot of people resort to violence in 2 years. Based on this year's midterm. Because there's already a precedent for it to start.
It has to. But I think you're right that it doesn't actually really make a difference until it's asked on the presidential level.
Mm.
You know, like you could do it with all of these Congress people, but
No, I think congressional people have enough limelight. Politics is so polarizing. You don't need to even know. I don't think anyone knows who like the treasurer of their Congress is. None of that, right? But if somebody that is elected by more than 100 people received violence for how they chose to get paid, that's the key word here. Because people become empathetic based on the reasoning. Someone wanted the reason why Trump being shot at is, if you're going with the guys, that this person hated the way he was attacking transgender people, so he did it to protect his transgender loved person. That doesn't resonate with normal people. But also, hey, understanding the message and understanding the purpose is two different things. A lot of people in this country just aren't comfortable with that conversation yet. So they don't resonate with it. They don't find empathy in that because they haven't had it happen to them. But you want to know what everyone has experienced? Not being able to pay a bill. Them swiping their card and getting the little short receipt saying, hey, your shit didn't go through. That's a greater conversation. That's the baseline of conversation. And when I'm debating with people about what is right and what is wrong, I don't try and convince people that transgender people deserve to have rights. That is, in my mindset, the ultimate goal and always going to be the forefront of my mind. But I do need this asshole to vote accordingly so that we can both protect those transgender people and also get the right people in office. So if I have to make concessions to say, hey, talk about your bills. Let's not worry about that right now. Let's just talk about you have to talk about material goods. These are things that immediately affect people. And guess what? It's not people looking for violence because they can't get their transgender student into sports. It is because they can't pay their bills. It's because they lost their home. It's because they had one medical emergency and they had to file for bankruptcy. Those are the things that bring violence right now. Those are the things that bring violence to the top of the news. So like, and this is why I'm saying this, if you want to stop the violence before it starts, just ask the questions that will make people understand you are on my side.
The problem with that is who is going to ask the questions?
People who don't want to see violence. And that can come from either side.
Who is that?
And once again, I use Mondani as an example. I'm not going to Israel. There's plenty of Jewish people in New York, and I will go support them. That's the logical fallacy. You have to be able to subjugate yourself and be okay with the consequences. Like, I think back to Kamala Harris's campaign, when enough people are at your rally protesting Gaza's genocide and you choose to ignore them. You are saying out loud, we're not going to do anything about this when I am in charge. I support this. And guess what? There's a bunch of people who then had to sit there and say, well, normally I vote for the Democratic Party, but here they are supporting a genocide.
So maybe this is where it comes down to, hold on, I put together the dots. So we get to a point where this continues to extend in the Middle East.
Mm-hmm.
Continues to put more and more financial pressure on the United States citizens. And continues to, as the narrative is getting spun right now, be like, hey, we could get out of this, except Israel keeps bombing Hezbollah. Is that the question that is raised to politicians in the midterm is, do you support Israel bombing Hezbollah?
I don't think that works as well because Hezbollah has been labeled as a terrorist organization.
I guess. Yeah, yeah.
You have to make it about Gaza.
I personally take those titles as.
No, you can. Yeah, if you can, you can read past the headline. So I expect you to just like how I can. I can look at someone and say like, oh, these things matter to me. Transgenders' rights matter to me. Somebody will look at me and be like, Hero, you're not transgender. Yeah, but I am a black man in America, so I kind of get it, right? So like I have foresight, right? But I don't think you have to think about the most common voter, and they don't know anything about Gaza. They don't. If I gave them a map and said you only have to choose two colors, red or blue. Do you think Gaza's in the blue part, or do you think in the red part? They couldn't do it. They couldn't pick, and it's a 50-50 choice. They couldn't do it. So in reality, the answer is, what is something that is affecting America that we can tie to this global issue, but keep it in the frame of Americans, and it comes down to affordability.
For sure.
So hey, you want to know what's crazy? AIPAC is paying these people money to keep giving your free healthcare, your road repair, your education, to buy missiles that are being used to blow up hospitals, children, do a war in Iran.
Did you see the crazy stuff that like Bibi was actually funding Hamas this whole time?
I didn't see that. Which you wouldn't be like which would it be like America gave
Exactly.
ISIS weapons like
we've done this before.
yeah.
The story went that they were literally giving like upwards of billions of dollars through Qatar to fund Hamas because without Hamas, everybody else was getting more moderate.
Yeah. And I could see that.
It's so evil it makes sense.
It's so. But then the question then becomes like, could you imagine funding the war to supply your own power? That's because called power creep. They literally don't want to let go of power.
Exactly. But so, what does it take to? Because you're right. The regular Americans do not understand the geopolitical globe scenario.
Mm-mm.
So whatever happens there, they're going to listen to. So, like, how do we get? And maybe Fox News is getting there with like starting to shift the narrative, which I'm surprised by because they're owned by AIPAC too.
They're funded by them. They're not owned.
Yeah, that's true.
And the reason why they can defer to this is because they have future ambitions. Trump is only going to last another 2.5 years if the Grim Reaper doesn't come for him. With that in mind, they do need to start positioning themselves as who's going to take over the political party once he's gone. So even though Trump might be the movement now, he won't outlast the news because news is forever changing. So the news has to stay ahead of the curve. So of course the news wants to transition out of talking about Israel and making Israel the bad guy because guess what? Their viewers can't understand that. They need to bring this situation back home. Hey, we need to start talking about the things that our viewers understand. And our viewers understand hating black people, being for the police, like not liking transgender people. Our viewers can't understand these complex topics. Honestly, Fox News is looking at this as a situation where it's like, hey, Trump, bring it back home, where we can talk about things that actually we can sell our people on.
I just don't know how they tie it together. There's got to be some narrative. I mean, the one one of this conspiracy theorists said was this escalates to the point where he thinks it ends, or this portion of it ends with blaming a massive cyber attack on Iran.
Yeah, but what's the consequences of that? And once again, how do you package that and sell that to
an American person?
Yeah, because so what happened with Oracle? Oracle got hacked by Iran. Oracle lost 3% of the stock, and now they're up 10%.
I just don't. I don't know how they tie it back to actually tying it to the fact that your representatives are making it harder on. That is, we need a narrative that easily answers that question.
Mm-hmm.
And it's your representative regardless of the aisle that they're on, because they've both done this.
Yep. They're both responsible. That's the conundrum. As much as I would love for it to be the topics of transgender rights, human civil liberties, fixing potholes, and getting the minimum wage up and stuff like that, healthcare. As much as I want those to be the topics we talk about, we will never get there until we at least get people to at least acknowledge that the reason why they're experiencing this isn't because it's not about migrants anymore. It's not about immigration. It's none of that stuff. You got the wall. You got ICE everywhere. And currently, we're still in a government shutdown, which is diabolical. A partial shutdown, right?
Yeah, with TSA.
Yeah, so which in retrospect, I was okay with TSA being on strike because they shared over 800 files with ICE for deportation for people who are illegally here, which is crazy.
Yeah.
Scumbag behavior. That's why they were like, "Oh, Hero, you should create a fund for TSA." Oh, TSA, go fuck yourself.
Yeah, I don't know. It's gotta. I do think we feel like it's boiling or getting close to boiling over, but I don't think it's there yet. The temperature is hot. It's getting hotter, but it's got a long way to go.
No, we have plenty of time, and to be quite frank, if the 10-point another tipping point will be either whatever news is coming out of the White House to make Melania make the statement, or that 10-point plan goes to shit, right?
Well, that 10-point plan is definitely going to shit.
I don't know. But I think what happens is Israel keeps doing what they're doing, but someone else on the Western world steps in. Someone else steps in because America won't curtail them. The rule of cool is we won't stop them. We will tell them to stop, but we won't interfere. So someone from the Western world will interfere, and then that's when it becomes real. Oh, now it's Israel versus, and like I said, we just need one other nationality, race, country that isn't a bunch of brown people to say something, and Israel looks really bad. I would love a situation where France says, "Hey, Israel, stop it," or else. And now all of a sudden it's like, well, okay.
Yeah, because it can't be Russia, it can't be China.
No, yeah.
It can't be.
I could see Germany doing it.
Maybe. That's the only other one.
But Germany would need an ally. So we just need two. Germany and Spain would be a great combo because it's a very laissez-faire and a very.
Unless he pulls off my plan, where this 50,000 American troops actually just invade.
Just gets advances it just advance, just advance and take everything back. But yeah, so the world steps up, or we flip the House and the Senate.
Or we completely flip the script on Israel.
Yeah, and we bring in the Wars Powers Acts, bring that in, curtail that in. Maybe the 25th Amendment. J.D. Vance gets his head out his ass and starts fucking the couch again. It's like, hey guys, I get it. I made a lot of mistakes while I was under him, but come on, you saw him. What was I supposed to do? and a moderate Republicans come into their senses. And remember, when you get impeached, those powers of the president go away. So and
What if they just get Trump assassinated? That would also work.
no, he becomes a martyr. That's why that was my biggest. That was my biggest fear when he got shot. When the moment he got shot at, I was like, oh, he's won. He's won.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Yeah, I was
right.
like,
The moment I saw it, I was like,
I saw that picture. I saw that picture on. Yeah, I saw that picture on Twitter. I was like, oh, he won.
There goes the election.
Yeah, he's won. He's won. So like he can't like that. Like I said, the violence can't come from the top down. Internalized violence, sure, but like for me, he has to lose in a sense where the power of the people is how he lost. Trump, that is how you beat Trump, and that's why no one will ever be able to beat Trump head up, one on one. He's too big, he's too strong. The way you beat Trump is jumping his ass, Jujutsu Kaisen his ass. You gotta jump him, because once the collective group of people that you want to know what the most effective messaging that works against Republicans, just calling them losers and weird. That was the most constructive campaign they had during the election, and it had nothing to do with their numbers, their stats. It's just like, hey, why do these people care so much what you're doing in your bedroom? Why do they want to control women's bodies so much? They're weird.
I just don't know how it gets to.
Hey, a lot of Republicans' names are in the Epstein's files. Why is the president's name mentioned so many times? Isn't that weird? Because why wasn't it enough that this international PDF showed up to your house in Mar-a-Lago? Why wasn't that enough to just disqualify him?
Oh, because there's too many people on both sides in there.
Oh no, absolutely. And like I said, once we get some people in there, hey, pull out the guillotine. Pull it out. Because all those people on that list.
That only takes one. For sure.
Oh yeah. One person needs to just go ahead and get it. And it could be Kash Patel. It could be Pam Bondi. Whoever you get on the guillotine. Because what you mean Bill Gates gave his wife an STD and that's what the divorce was about? It wasn't, and that's the reason why Microsoft 10 took forever to load.
Yeah.
Right? No. So like there still needs, and that's the biggest consequence of America. In order to protect the guides of our imperialism, we will forego the Constitution. If we you cannot capture Nazis and not prove to the world that they do not deserve the right to exist. We have to destroy our demons. Yeah, if we impeach him and he loses his president right and presidential immunity because his impeachment was based on a crime, yeah, you have to send him even if on his deathbed, send him to prison. More preferably, send him to the guillotine. That's the only form of assassination I'll work on through the Constitution and our government's right. Charge him with treason, and give him the proper results.
They won't even do. They won't follow through.
No. This is a fever dream of a leftist that you've never heard of. Oh God, but. It's just one. It just takes one person to snap everyone into conformity, because once his reign of terror is over, anyone trying to keep it up just won't rise to the occasion because they don't got the sauce. They won't have the sauce, and that's what you rely on. That's what you bank on. Like, oh, this person's not gonna have the oomph to do it.
Yeah, something's gotta give in that realm. I don't know what could possibly make it actually unifying across both sides. but something has to.
Yeah. No, fair enough. But I've always a pleasure talking to you, bro. Yeah, quite the satisfying yap session. We love a good yap session, right?
Get down.
Good yap session on a Friday for the gym. Oh wait, did I buy something? I did. This was the first. Yeah, yeah, and that's one of my good friends. He overheard um, he saw one of the shorts that I put out about that yap session, and he was like, I got to catch up with you. I thought we were gonna talk more about the stocks, but this is you know. Of course, yeah. I told you I'm putting it because it's fulfilling an itch. Because guess what? When I put that short out, that was the first time my brother posted on my channel in 5 years. He said, "Oh, you bringing back the politics, are you?" I was like, I don't want to. I can't. I can't. I can't. I don't know what to do next. But I need to get I need to do more research. I need to do more research. No, yeah, it was from the first one. The first one we did. So, like they always cycle through YouTube, and I think one of them was a comment about it. Also, quick update. YouTube did strike my video as maybe sensitive. Yeah, when the war first started. So, he saw that and he was like, "Oh," and I told him that there's more coming. I'm gonna filter out all of those this weekend. But yeah, I very much so. I'm feeling it. It's in my soul. But it is very much still clear to me that like there's a level of there's still not a clear consensus on what the Democratic Party should be doing, um, what the people should be doing. While violence is never, while we don't want violence to be the answer, it's ridiculous to try and write a paper when someone is beating you with a baseball bat, right? Um, it's not violent when you defend yourself. And don't let anyone tell you that it is. Yeah, but there's also a part of them that very much. One of them, I think one of them is just very plainly put. I think this plain put is, what is the plan here? What's the strategy? And the thing about burying those right wing fools is, you might not need to bury them if they're already digging their own grave, right? You never stop your enemy from making a mistake. And I also understand that they can't do anything because they can't bring Congress to yield. Mike Penis can't do any of that shit. He's not doing that shit. What are you worried about, Cali? What's your concern? Because I do hate the fact that that I can't talk to a regular American about geopolitics or social politics, right? Transgender, gay rights, human rights. Because it doesn't register. It bothers me that the only way I can communicate with people, and maybe this is me showing a little bit of classism. I'm mad that because the real conversation I want to have people is like, hey man, my 401k is taking a hit. I can't buy any real estate, extra real estate. I want to have that conversation. But I understand what a fucking villain that makes me. So I do have to talk to people about the fact that eating cereal for dinner isn't a good idea. Yeah, but I think that's good. You gotta you filter through the noise. One thing you can't be mad at. One thing I hate is when you only have a few options. Filter through the noise. Find the Mandani or the anti-APAC person in the group. No, I've said this many a times. It's in the roulette wheel of which minority group is going to be the focal point of the bigots and racist. In order, trans people, brown people, and we got to keep black people top 3. I just I'm biased. I'm a little biased. So yeah, y'all getting y'all licks. Y'all getting y'all licks. And as a person that used to be top dog in the charts, I gotta say, it's a shame that it is y'all, because y'all represent such a small minutia of the population that it really shouldn't matter. But that's why Fox News wants Trump to stop talking about the war and get back to talking about the illegal immigrants and talking about trans people, because that's something their viewers can understand. All this other shit, they can't understand this. But yeah, I just don't. The one lesson I need them to understand is whoever shows up to your protest, Democrats, to protest something, you better not fuck that up again. Because the crazy part is, in the grand scheme of things, If you're still talking about Gaza now, that means you've been there since the beginning, which then means you're literally fighting for crumbs now because there's nothing left of Gaza. You would be fighting for a regime to reverse course. There's never been a time in history without extenuating circumstances where a country, a nation, willingly gave up territory they stole. And you know the hypocrisy of the situation. You're going to ask America to make Israel give back land? People who talk about a two-state solution, they're being called fascist Nazis, right? Yeesh. 90s Bill Clinton would have been deemed a Nazi right now. You hear me? Just in, UK is working on a major plan to prepare country for war. Oh, wow. Let me see. This was. Is this true? April 10, 3:50 p.m. Shit. It's a Twitter link, so I can't really. This sounds like they want to support the U.S. in a ground situation, not a peacekeeping situation. This is bad news if real. Yeah. But that's what I said. That's what I was talking about, right? Like, and I consider my friend to be pretty like well informed, but he's not exactly. He's not like not that exactly. That was my first reaction. I was like, he's not. 7 minutes ago, Israel prepared for a potential collapse in negotiation between U.S. and Iran and resumption of attacks per Reuters. Shit. There is no light makes, right? Because Iran has territorial advantage. There's no level of like the sad thing about it is the only way we're going to be able to get our there's only two options out, and both of them are literally beyond the capacity of all nations involved. Ironically, except for the nation being attacked. Diplomacy. I don't think it would have been possible at the start. Literally, you want to know what's the most valuable information right now in warfare? Drone warfare. Want to know the only ally America has who has experienced that? Ukraine. Ukraine is literally funding the war by getting paid millions to consult with other governments on how they've been handling it. You want to know who the second leading host to drone warfare has been? Iraq and Iran. You can't compete with that. American soldiers don't know how to compete with that. You want to know what I can't wait to see on Twitter? Is a drone teabagging an American soldier crying with shrapnel in his body because the first deployed grenade dropped and he didn't hear it or see it. And while he's down, begging for his life before the drone self-destructs, teabagging him. And then they get on the speaker and ask him questions. Hey, what's your mom's name? What's your dad's name? Because they're not gonna. And he's like, wait, why? Because they're not gonna recognize you, brother. Brother, closed casket. They're gonna put pieces of you together. You're not going in a casket. You're going in Ziploc bags, brother. So say their name so they can identify you. No, it's so next level. But also, we're gambling on the fate of our warriors on Kalshi. We don't have to worry about what the dystopia world looks like. We're in it. Major announcement. Trump 1 hour ago promises mass pardons for his staff before leaving the office per WSJ. Tell me you know. You're cooked without telling me you're cooked. Yeah. Yeah. Let's go cleanse ourselves at the gym. Right. We had a great weekend. A great week. It was a pretty shitty week, to be honest, but damn it, I'm not gonna let it ruin the weekend. What y'all got planned for the weekend? How are we gonna treat ourselves this weekend? Working? Hey, you say working, I hear making money. Ooh, did everyone go see? I want to share. I'm gonna share it in Discord. I was doing the edits for the fan. Do I have anything? I did I had a great little like, um, I always forget what they're called, but um, and it's crazy. Like, so did they switch over to Beirut because they knew Lebanon was off the list? Man, somebody we just need a white country just to get involved. We need another non like somebody. We need someone else to get involved. They over here talking about. Oh, it is. I did not know that. I thought Lebanon was the capital, but that's the country. Yeah, but that's not going to happen as long as there's veto power. We what is it? We need to tip the scales, but all the ways to tip the scales are not, and it falls into line with one of my worst theories, which is there's not enough pain to attribute to wanting to do something yet. It just hasn't been enough, which is crazy to think about. Yeah, it's definitely a power issue because whoever's no matter who's in charge over there, as long as they have leverage over our current administration, we're cooked. It's not only a start; it has to be. It can't be this. It needs, and this is why I say there needs to be another source because when it was America who was resolving for both sides, the side that paid the most money to America ended up winning. There needs to be another side who has a financial beneficiary fiduciary cause to be there. And it's great that the Palestinians face the port because that's the financial fiduciary purpose. When two sides are gunning for, this isn't like picking your favorite kid. And I always hate when parents say they can't pick their favorite kid. You clearly have a favorite. And it's also further proof why America is so fascinating, because America is this zestpool of just multicultural, ethnic, racial, language. Like it's just so mixed But it's so hard to see this anywhere else in the world. And it literally doesn't work. And that's what kind of gives us our power. Because uh uh Tim Drake and Quasimodo can both have a passport that says America, United States of America. Um, Zemi Lola Ali and Azucena Hernandez can both be from the United States of America. And as powerful as that is literally why, like, it's our biggest flex and we hate it. It's our biggest flex and we hate it. Asiatico. Hey, yo.
Get down.
All right, let's move it. Let's move it. I am gonna be editing this weekend. It's supposed to be a long weekend, but I appreciate y'all. It's been a great week, like really coming through. Let's go see what Code Drift's up to, but if I can get a significant portion of my editing done, you guys will see me again this weekend. We'll do something fun. Be safe out there. Take care of your mental. If you can see the sun, just go bask in it. I know it might be cold where you are. But more importantly than anything, reach out and touch something. You are not alone. You are supported. You are heard. And you have to be the change you seek. It has to be you. Unfortunately, you're our greatest ally in this process. And we're counting on you. But don't fret. We'll see you guys on the other side.